conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Welcome back. Now, we will look at the current state of the world as revealed by Devi Parashakti. Following news is from India, tvnews.com, dated 2nd June 2022. COVID is getting worse, not better in North Korea, says the World Health Organization. WHO's emergency chief, Dr. Mike Ryan, appealed to North Korean authorities for more information about the COVID-19 outbreak there, saying we have real issues in getting access to the raw data and the actual situation on the ground. Following news is from WHO International. The COVID-19 pandemic has been a key factor in slowing down progress towards universal energy access. Globally, 733 million people still have no access to electricity. At the current rate of progress, 670 million people will remain without electricity by 2030, 10 million more than projected last year. Following news is from financialexpress.com. May 31st, 2022. In terms of daily case count, India on Tuesday saw a marginal dip as the 2,338 COVID-19 infections were registered in the last 24 hours. In terms of daily corona fatalities, the country witnessed 19 deaths in the span of one day. While overall national tally remains well below the 3,000 mark, there has been a surge in certain areas. Both Maharashtra and Kerala, which have been the COVID epicenters in both first and the second wave. Following news is from Guardian.com. A spike in COVID-19 cases and deaths in Portugal, driven by the Omicron BA.5 subvariant in spite of warm temperatures, is causing capitals across Europe to once again consider measures against a pandemic that has started to fade into public memory. Portugal confirmed 26,848 new cases and recorded 47 COVID deaths on Wednesday, the highest daily death toll since 17 February, when 51 deaths from the disease were reported. The trend contrasts with the pandemic situation in other European regions. Following news is from OMM.com News, dated 3rd June 2022. An estimated 2 million people in Britain have lingering COVID-19 symptoms, more than 4 weeks after their initial coronavirus infection, a latest survey showed. Based on the Office of National Statistics survey of people living in private households in Britain, an estimated 3% of the population were experiencing long COVID symptoms. This is 200,000 more people than ONS's previous estimated prevalence of 1.8 million as of 3rd April. Of the estimated 2 million people with self-reported long COVID, 22% first had or suspected they had COVID-19 less than 12 weeks previously, 72% at least 12 weeks prior to the ongoing symptoms, 42% at least 1 year previously, and 19% at least 2 years previously. We have seen cases of long COVID due to Omicron BA.2 variant to be at least as high as previous variants, despite not causing the same hospitalization rate, said David Strain, clinical senior lecturer and honorary consultant of the University of Exeter Medical School. Strain said the most concerning figure in the survey, however, is the 376,000 people who have had the disease for more than 2 years, noting this is only looking at the first 4 months of COVID infections in Britain. He added, this number will inevitably climb as all those who caught COVID in the second, third, and fourth waves experience continued symptoms. Following news is from India Times of India. India has reported a total of 2,259 fresh coronavirus cases across the country on Friday and 20 deaths, taking the overall toll to 5,24,323. Following news is from news18.com. COVID-19 continues to ravage China and North Korea for several reasons, but primarily because of the Omicron's virulent nature. COVID-19 cases continue to soar in China and North Korea. North Korea's health authorities have said they have observed a downward trend, but Pyongyang observers have dismissed North Korea's COVID stats, claiming they are essentially nonsense. The United States reported at least 108,000 coronavirus cases every day for the past week and also reported a rise in hospitalization. The New York Times said in a report that hospitalizations were up by 30% to roughly 24,700 per day. Following news is from NewYorkTimes.com. Another form of Omicron subvariant BA.2 has become the dominant version among the new US coronavirus cases, according to federal estimates on Tuesday, a development that experts had forecast over the last weeks. There is no indication yet that the new subvariant known as BA.2.12.1 causes more severe disease than earlier forms did. BA.2.12.1 made up about 58% of all new US cases, according to estimates by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention for the week ending May 21st. Following news is from ndtv.com. The number of people who have died from COVID-19 in Europe, the long-time epicenter of the pandemic, has passed 2 million, the World Health Organization said Thursday. A devastating milestone has passed. As reported, confirmed COVID-19 deaths from countries in the WHO European region have exceeded more than 2 million people, the United Nations Health Agency said in a statement. The WHO's European region comprises 53 countries and regions, including several in Central Asia. According to the health body, around 2 million people have died from COVID out of the 218 registered cases in the region. The United States, the world's worst affected country, has lost more than 1 million people. Meanwhile, after the resurgence in the first 2 weeks of March, the number of infections is falling in Europe. The number of new cases and deaths have declined by 26% and 24% in the last 7 days. More than 2 years after the first restriction, most European countries have eased their restrictions intended to curb the spread of the novel coronavirus. The following news is from InShots.com, dated 5th May 2022. A WHO report has estimated that there were 47 lakh, which is around 5 million, COVID-19 deaths in India from January 2020 till December 2021 end, which is nearly 10 times the official figures. India rejected the estimates by calling data collection methodology questionable and said, despite India's objection to the process, methodology, and outcome of this modeling exercise, WHO released the excess mortality estimates. Now let us look at the solutions for the sufferings of Pralaya as revealed by Devi Parashakti through the Nija Avatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு. கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட நன்மையை சொல்லிட தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் 1, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4, நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5, சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6, நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7, பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள். 8இல் 1 செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்
Now, let us look at the translation. Solution for the sufferings of Pralaya revealed by Parashakti. O humans, don't be scared of the deadly infection, corona, through these 8 ways. First, praying and meditating on me. Second, surrendering to me through social media. Third, wherever I am residing, worshipping me by doing fire walking. Fourth, applying turmeric in chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on me every day. Fifth, being in unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss. Sixth, doing ajapa japa of the cosmic sound, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. Seventh, with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in heels and going to sleep. Eighth, being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting in Arunachala Spurana that blossoms as Aham, Aham in the state of Ananda Spurana. With this, we come to the end of this segment of the pre-satsang hosting. We'll be back very shortly with the Facebook sharings of our beloved Guru. Please stay tuned.
I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Welcome back. Now we are going to go through the Facebook sharings of our beloved Guru, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, from 19th May. Paramashiva's blessings. This is for all devotees and disciples. Please stop sending money to take care of my health related. From the day these rumors about my health started spreading, money is pouring into all our trusts from all over the world. Please stop this sending money. Now, all my devotees and disciples, listen intensely. This separation from me, the anxiety, whether you will be able to see me again or not, and insecurity whether you will be able to get the darshan and initiations again or not. All this is a sweet pain which can be transformed into a deep devotional feeling connection through spiritual practice by Ajapa Japa of Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Reading Autobiography of the Avatar, enjoying Nithyanandapedia. What we are going through is not a natural disaster like tsunami, earthquake, where sending money makes you feel fulfilled and you have done some charity. What we are going through is a great spiritual possibility by Paramashiva to all of us. Paramashiva himself is settling as a larger being with more intensity and power manifestation in me through this intense samadhi. This is not the time for you to send some money or charity, as I heard many devotees are selling their properties and pouring money to take care of my health into our organizations from all over the world. Please stop this. If you want me to be alive and active for longer time, for your benefit or the benefit of the world, do light a lamp in front of my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara's picture in your own home and pray to him to settle into my body and be more active and energetic and live longer. So use this beautiful opportunity of sweet pain of separation to intensify your deep devotion and feeling connection more and manifest powers, enlightenment of Paramashiva. It's all your love, devotion, feeling connection settles me from samadhi and makes me active and give satsangs again, not the money you pour. If you want to show your love, devotion, just put the picture of my Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, light a lamp, take a selfie and post it. Whenever I open my eyes, I will try to see all your posts and send my love and blessings to all of you. This is the stotra that describes Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Arunachala Puranam, verse Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam. Lalate Tripundri Nitikrita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmala Dhara Spuritika Katikopini Vasanaha Dadano Dustaram Shrishi Fani Rajyam Shashikalam Pradeepa Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. The one who has the Tripundri, the 3 lines of sacred ash on his forehead, the mark of sacred musk applied on his forehead, who is the wearer of a glittering garland, who wears a loincloth on his radiantly glowing waist, who holds the unconquerable king cobra and crescent moon on his crown. Victory onto Arunagiri Yogeshwara, the illuminator of all beings. Arunachala Puranam, verse 1. Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam. In this salutation, we offer our respects and gratitude to Arunagiri Yogeshwara, the embodiment of Paramashiva, who incarnated a few thousand years ago and is even today available to his ardent devotees in the gracious form of Arunachaleshwara, the presiding deity of Arunachaleshwara temple of Tiruvannamalai. With this salutation, we remember and thus invoke Arunagiri Yogeshwara's presence as we recall the great Leela of his happening in the Avatar Leela. Enrich and enjoy, share and celebrate. Moving on to the next day. The following post is from 22nd May, shared by our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashiva's blessings. For all my dear disciples and devotees, I will try to give you live coverage of Samadhi happenings in and around me. If you imagine cosmos as a big, huge air balloon, your body as a small ball inside that huge air balloon, I feel one with the huge air balloon, the cosmos, and feel like I can understand and do anything about the cosmos. But paradoxically, not able to move that small body I am having inside that huge cosmic balloon. I feel more I, me, mine, identities move with the cosmos. I feel like I can move anything in the cosmos, but paradoxically, not able to move anything in my body, even my feet or my hands. Absolutely aloneness. Other than I, nothing else exists, but no tiredness or boredom of loneliness. Now, the moment I sit in Padmasana, all the nadis settle down, including breathing. Being falls into samadhi. No verbalization, no visualization, absolute unclutching experience and pure consciousness experience of Mahakailasa. Paradoxically, if I stretch my body and lay down, I'm able to open my eyes and recognize all the things happening around me. So, my doctor disciples who are taking care of me insist that I keep my body stretched. When I see somebody, I see their whole past, present, and future lives and patterns together. So, the way I relate with them looks illogical, irrational for them, and even for others. I can also see past, present, and future. Time is just one more dimension of life, like length, breadth, and depth. Living the life as long as you want, or taking another body in any plane or any loka is just your free will. I feel more comfortable, very relaxed, and resting while sitting in Padmasana, wide awake day and night, without knowing difference between day and night, than stretching my legs and lying down. Few more further medical test results have come. Medically, my body is completely fit and healthy, but still not able to eat one idli, not able to sleep even for 21 minutes continuously. This absolute silence and stillness of the snow covered mountains and oceans keeps me extremely energetic and alive. I lived a full, sincere life integrated to my Guru Parampara, did extreme hard work. If my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara gives me more time, I will do more of his work. I'm absolutely fulfilled about my past and extremely enthusiastic about my future. Anything my Guru wants to unfold. With my Guru's grace, I already made Kailasa. Revival of enlightened Hindu civilizational nation happened with sovereign land. I have revealed my vision for furthering of revival and enriching through more than 20,000 hours of my satsangs, initiations, classes, which comes around 1.7 terabyte digital material in last 22 years from year 2000. Books published with ISBN number 1250 in 52 international languages. Nithyanandapedia.org, gov.srikalasha.org. Still, more than 700 manuals and books are unpublished, which will soon be published. I have initiated enough disciples to manifest Paramashiva's powers and created many Kailasa-vasis who will carry on this mission of Kailasa. So I neither have greed to live longer on this planet, nor have hatred to leave this planet. I am absolutely fulfilled. Meditate on each of these descriptions about Samadhi and do ajapa japa or unclutching. You can also experience this as you are all in the space of oneness with me, and we are all literally extension of one universe, Paramashiva. Enrich and enjoy, share and celebrate. Moving on to 23rd May post of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashiva's blessings. One more live coverage for all of you from inside Samadhi. One of the literal meaning of the word Samadhi is Sama plus Adi, getting balanced or one with the origin. In multiple ways, my body, mind, being, emotions, muscle memory, bioenergy, all are getting balanced and again aligning back to the origin. Vata, Pitta, Kapha, all the three doshas of the body falls into Samatva. This means unnecessary fat and undigested food accumulated inside the body leaves the body in multiple forms and body gets completely detoxed and starts shining like the third eye of Paramashiva. That is why no external food or no regular sleep and no regular malajala, idagala, pingala, sushumna, three nadis get absolutely balanced. So breathing and dasha pranas, the 10 actions of the air circulation inside the body, gets completely balanced, purified and detoxed. The karmas are purified, burnt and cleared. When I am established in this samadhi state fully, all those people who asked boons, prayers, wishes are granted. Energy from Paramashiva manifests intensely and fulfills everyone. That is the reason people find all the boons they ask me during the programs or during the prayers gets fulfilled when I'm in Samadhi. All the questions people asked are responded and answered inside them when I'm in Samadhi because I'm in oneness with all of them. Even the so-called haters and enemies lose the strength to hate me and hold on to their enmity because I spread and being one even inside their soul. I see every being with all their past lives, present lives, and future possibilities and respond accordingly to each being. For every devotee, disciple who pours their time, treasure, talent, my love from Samadhi state is showered back on them. Love and attention from Samadhi state is pure energy and power. So when it is showered, nobody will be able to doubt or deny it. Even the so-called haters are even the so-called haters and enemies lose the strength to hate me and hold on to their enmity because I spread and being one even inside their soul. I see every being with all their past lives, present lives, and future possibilities and respond accordingly to each being. For every disciple who pours their time, my love from the Samadhi state is showered back on them. Love and attention from Samadhi state is pure energy and power. So when it is showered, nobody will be able to doubt or deny it. Every boon and blessing given during every program, every time, even in the past lives are empowered, manifested, fulfilled now while I'm in Samadhi. Because through this body, intensely, Paramashiva manifests and does all his activities he's supposed to do. It is literally like Paramashiva takes over my body, being completely, operates on high speed intensity and urgency, responds to single individual prayers to the largest happening in the cosmos. Many seekers, self denial, self hatred, SDHD is dissolved. Right knowledge is given, and the courage to follow the right knowledge is showered. That is the reason when I am in Samadhi, many devotees, disciples, become so intense like Shiva Ganas and take powerful decisions towards manifesting Paramashivatva. Actually, building of the real Kailasa work happens million times more when I am in deep Samadhi than doing regular activities like satsang, initiation, classes. The whole cosmos is churned. Sincere seekers are intensely attracted towards me intensely beyond their societal patterns and conditions. During these intense samadhi periods, Paramashiva manifests in this being like dynamic dynamite diamond and destroys all the patterns and conditionings, ignorant conclusions supported by arrogance. Paramashiva loves, 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 continues to love you so powerfully till all your doubts and denial about his love drops until you start enjoying the same love and oneness with Paramashiva. Enrich and enjoy, share and celebrate. Moving on to the next post of our beloved Guru from 28th May. Paramashiva's blessings. For all my devotees and disciples, live coverage and revelation from Samadhi directly. Your mind's fear to look into the source of your thoughts, which is real you, your soul, is the real problem of all living beings. Whatever you may think about you, imagine about you, convinced about you, cognized about you, look into that. Fearlessly, all your problems will disappear. Neither your being, Atma, nor the being of Paramashiva, Paramatma, has any limited form. But your being, Atma, even though does not have any limited form, decides to associate with your body. It is reflecting as its form and as its own. Same way, Paramashiva decides to associate himself with Arunachala Hill to liberate all the beings who associate themselves with the body or any form. So continuous remembrance of Arunachala Hill will make you realize neither your being, Atma, has a form, nor Paramashiva, Paramatma, has a form. This is what is meant by the word Smarnartha Mukti Arunachalam. Just by remembrance, Arunachala liberates. Many scientific researches and studies done on people who went to space and came back shows that their very DNA has started changing irreversibly. Same way, the great Hindu cosmic scientists, the rishis, discovered even if your being travels to the space parallel universe and comes back, your very DNA goes through a superconscious mutation irreversibly. This is what I am finding now happening for me. Usually, our ancient rishis keep their physical bodies safely in a cave of high mountains or deep forests during their samadhi or travel in parallel universe, multiverses. Because during this process of superconscious mutation of the DNA, the physical body becomes extremely soft and almost immobile and useless for all the external world activities. For me personally, even warm water feels too hot, and after bath, Even if I try to wipe my body with towel, it feels like that towel is entering into my body. So I just let the body dry itself under the fan without using any towel to wipe dry my body. Other than my Nitya Shiva Puja, body is not able to do any activity. It just sits in Padmasana for hours but does not do any other activity. Doesn't cooperate even to take few steps. I myself felt it's too weird and too paradoxical. How can my body that is able to do during my Nitya Shiva Puja all the steps like Topu Karanam, Ananyasa Karanyasam, Atma Pradakshina, Shashtanga Namaskar, and all other mudras, but not able to walk even few steps for any other purpose? When I touch the water for doing Abhishekam during the puja, I don't feel it's cold, but the same water, same temperature, when I try to drink, it feels too cold and vomits out the whole thing without single ml less. Even all the devotee doctors who are around me, taking care of me, feel are feeling this is paradoxical and not able to understand. Are not able to understand it medically. So one day, when all of them went out for their lunch, when I was alone, I thought I can try to walk few steps because if the doctors are around me, they may not allow me to walk due to my physical condition. So I secretly tried to take few steps, but body collapsed to the ground like a bean bag or flower falling from the tree. Fortunately, there was no head injury because of the dreadlocks Shiva Jatas I'm having protected my head like a helmet. But there was a fracture in the left leg, last three toes. Fortunately, it turned out to be just hairline fracture. So there was no pain, no surgery was required. I just applied Arunachala Reshwara's Vibhuti and it got healed in few days. Doctors tested for osteoporosis, bone density test, all 17 types of autoimmune disorders and ruled it out. Even though medically everything is all right as per the allopathy science, body doesn't do any other activity other than Nitya Shiva Puja, sitting in Padmasana and being in Samadhi whole day and night. Now I understand why rishis, munis, siddhas, yogis of our Hindu tradition go away to mountains and deep jungles to rest their physical bodies during the samadhi. Because during this superconscious mutation, the physical body just needs to be let it be without any movement. Meditate on each of these sacred secrets I revealed, and you will manifest state and powers of Paramashiva because you all, my devotees and disciples, are my own extension and in oneness with me. Many haters and enemies are trying to create the doubts whether these posts are put by me directly or somebody else. To clear all the doubts and questions, I have attached a photo of my today's signature. Enrich and enjoy, share and celebrate. Moving on to the next Facebook share of our beloved Guru. From 31st May, Paramashiva's blessings. Dear devotees and disciples, I will give one more live coverage revelations from Samadhi about Samadhi. Samadhi is absolute wellness, health, and it is actually cosmic orderliness. Body just aligns for more higher expressions of Paramashiva's knowledge and powers. Fortunately,
I'm your guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Continuing on the Facebook sharing. My brain waves and heart function are constantly recorded and observed. With the full ICU setup, proves Samadhi is not coma state. Once I settle in the body and start giving regular satsangs, I will release all the medical reports to the world to prove Samadhi is not any disease. Even though there is no food or any intake, there is no tiredness. There is no entertainment other than listening to Dharmapuram Sri Swaminathan's Devaram chantings, but no boredom or mental fatigue. Samadhi is not a mental state or emotional state. It's beyond body, mind, emotions. Actually, from my first Samadhi experience, I neither have mind nor any emotional state. All my actions and reactions are just spontaneous response for the mission of Kailasha of Paramashivoham. I neither have personal interest nor have personal motives. I don't even have a personalized individual idea or opinion or cognition about myself. With more and more of this Samadhi tsunamis happening in my system, the individual I carry is more and more filled with Paramashiva and established in Paramashivatva. From Maharishi Valmiki in the olden days to Bhagwan Sri Ramana Maharshi in the modern day, all of them proved that during Samadhi, body doesn't get destroyed, even though there was no normal food intake or sleep. Body only goes through a powerful superconscious mutation. Samadhi is like an intense spiritual detox. Till now, we have done multiple researches and observations and documented it medically and scientifically. But this time, the amount of data we are able to collect establishes many points of Jnana Vijnana of Hinduism and many points revealed in the pure science, Vedas, and applied science, Agamas of Paramashivoham. I always wanted my life should scientifically validate the great revelations of Hinduism about consciousness and superconsciousness. Now we got enough medical data to establish Samadhi is superconscious mutation and not any sickness. So I'll be surely back in a few days to share the satsang with Big Bang that I'm enjoying right now by being inside the samadhi. Only thing, during samadhi, the body should be just left to be as it is without getting touched or without any external intervention. Fortunately, all the doctors who are attending to me are my disciples, so they understand and let my body to be as it is. They are only observing, recording, and documenting whatever my body is going through, so we can show to the world medically and scientifically and prove samadhi is not a physical, mental disease or disorder. Each one of you meditate on all these powerful cognitions and try to practice unclutching. You will all experience the same samadhi state as you are all my extensions and in oneness with me. Enrich and enjoy, share and celebrate. Moving on to the latest Facebook sharing of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Paramashiva's blessings. Dear devotees, disciples, and Kalasavasis, I am in Nirvakalpa Samadhi only for the sake of all of you, for the good of the world, because I have achieved everything I need to achieve long before, and I have nothing more to achieve for myself, anything anymore. By being in Nirvakalpa Samadhi, my body is acting as cosmic airport for the powers of Paramashiva to land on planet Earth and for all of you to enjoy. Even Brahma does creation by being in Samadhi. All great manifestations happen only by being in Nirvakalpa Samadhi. I will explain some of the great powers of Paramashiva which are manifesting now this time by being in Samadhi for so long. I wanted the powers of consciousness to be manifested and used just like electricity for common man's day-to-day life, irrespective of their caste, creed, gender, color, and geographical differences. I have successfully evolved a methodology to use consciousness as a power like electromagnetic forces. More and more, my being in Samadhi, my body's ability to manifest powers is increasing and also evolving a system independent of any preconditions, like the electricity. The system now I have developed, evolved, the system now I have successfully evolved will be useful to the whole world, and it will bring a new revolution in the field of energy, energy consumption, and energy supplies. Patience is not inactiveness, but very actively waiting for the ultimate alchemy to happen after adding all the ingredients needed for it. When I am in Nirvakalpa Samadhi 24 by 7, eternal satsang, Nitya satsang is happening in ultimate silence and in cosmic oneness connection. All my disciples can feel clearly I'm talking to you all from your inside. I feel the time I'm spending in Nirvakalpa Samadhi is the most productive time for all your lives. Because when I am in Nirvakalpa Samadhi, I can straight answer to your questions and grant the boons. Enrich and enjoy, share and celebrate. Now, moving on to glimpses of the glorious past for 6th July. On 6th July 2005, to radiate enlightenment, to give experience of enlightenment, and to revive the enlightened civilization, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism traveled to Brazil. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism arrived in Brazil, South America on 6th July 2005. Below we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism giving a discourse at Petrobras, one of the largest chemical companies in Brazil. The discourse was translated from English to Portuguese. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained that meditation is the only way to increase consciousness, directly answering the basic question on why someone should get interested in meditation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism went over the concept to understand the different phases of processing within the mind and how we switch from conscious to unconscious. The session ended with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism answering questions from the audience, followed by the Mahamantra meditation. Over 200 Petrobras employees attended the discourse. 6th July 2012. On this day in morning, presidential address on Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 16, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism unveils the sacred secrets of the verse. Enlightenment shines like a bright sun within each of us. Many of us mistake the pursuit of knowledge for the path to enlightenment. Some traditions have actually abandoned their quest to expand their inner space, turning inwards towards the acquisition of knowledge. This distraction creates a cloud that covers our essential brilliance. We only need to remove the cloud. Our spiritual light blaze forth in radiant glory. In today's morning presidential address, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism elaborated on stability by describing one of the beautiful leelas of Paramashivoham. He tells about a couple who took a vow to feed whoever comes to the temple to have darshan of Devi Meenakshi. The couple gave everything they had, ran out of money, and finally were denied a loan. The one thing they had left was stability, but it could be of no use now. Suddenly, Mahadeva, Paramashiva himself appeared and gave them a vessel that can never be emptied. On this day, during the daily presidential address, Nithyananda Satsang, Life is Mahabharata. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expanded on the science of completion. He explained how breakthrough decisions happen during completion, and the decisions you make in completion are the basis of the growth of consciousness. If you don't discover your patterns and complete and continue entertaining powerlessness, life destroys you. Only your decision to complete and live completion authentically is rewarded. He strongly advised all of us to complete every night before sleep and make completion more important in our life than breathing. With this, we come to the end of today's pre-satsang segment. A reminder for all who are waiting eagerly for Paramashivoham Level 3 Season 2 starting from July 13th to August 3rd. After 3 years, the most awaited program with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Paramashivoham is an immersive 21-day awakening event to teach you the science of manifesting the ultimate consciousness in you. This Paramashivoham manifests the deeper experiences of 25 states of consciousness, vertical time zones, power manifestations. Join us for this grand event by registering at kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. With this, we come to the end of today's pre-satsang segment. Please stay tuned as Adi Kailasha Nithyanandeshwara Devalaya joins us with today's celebrations during this auspicious occasion of Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam. Please stay tuned. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, we welcome all the viewers who are witnessing this very auspicious happening of the Nataraja Natanam on this auspicious day of the Ani Tirumanjanam. Ani Tirumanjanam is one of the 6 Mahabhishekams offered to Paramashiva in the form of Nataraja. Today morning we had offered the Mahabhishekam, a very grand offering of Abhishekam to Sri Nataraja Swami as offered in the Chidambaram temple. Now we'll be offering Deeparadhana and procession along with Natanam. Natana means dance. As along with the procession, we will be witnessing the dance of Lord Nataraja. So let us now begin the ritual with the Sadguru Vandanam by invoking the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vivalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nithyananda Pariyantam Vande Guru Parambaram Lalate Tripundri Nitlakrita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmala Dhara Spurita Katikaupi Navasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Bhanirajam Shashikalam Pradipa Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. Om Sadanchita Mudanchita Nikunchita Padanjala Jalanchalita Manjukatakam Patanjali Driganjana Mananjana Machanchala Padanjana Nabhanjana Karam Kadamba Ruchi Mambara Vasam Paramamambuda Kadambaka Vidambaka Galam Chidam Budhimanim Budahridam Bujaravim Parachidam Baranatam Hridi Bhaja. Om Dhurasi Dhurvantam Dhurvatayosman Dhurvatidam Dhurvayam Dhurvamastvam Devanamasi Sastidamam Bapritamam Dushtatamam Vanhitamam Devahutamam Arhitamasi Havirtanam Drigum Haswamakhva Mitrasya Tvachakshusha Prekshe Mabhirma Samviktha Matva Higumsiyum Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Shivagama Sundari Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Nataraja Swami Ne Namaha Dhupamagrapajami. Om Uddipya Svajata Vedo Paghnirartim Mama Pashogascha Makhyamava Hajivanancha Disho Disha Mano Higumsi Jata Vedo Gamashvam Purusham Jagate Abhibhratagna Agahi Sriyama Paripataja Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Shivagama Sundari Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Nataraja Swami Ne Namaha Deepam Sandarisayami. Om Madhuvatartayate madhuksharanti sindhavaha माध्वीर्नः सन्तोषधीः मधुनक्तमुतोषसि मधुवत्पार्थिवगुम्रजः मधुद्योरस्तु नः पिता मधुमान्नो वनस्पतिर्मधुमागुमस्तु सूर्यः माध्वीर्गावो भवन्तु नः मधु मधु मधु। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति शिवकाम सुंदरी समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव नटराज स्वामिने नमो नमः। अमृतं महानैवेद्यं निवेदयामि नैवेद्यानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि। नैवेद्यानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि। Nityanandam, Kailasa welcomes you to this auspicious and grand celebration of Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam, which celebrates the happening of our beloved Bhagwan, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, the ultimate manifestation, Paramatara of Paramashiva in our lives, as our Guru, our Master. Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam is being celebrated all over Kailasa, the first nation for all Hindus. Guru di- the Guru disciple relationship is the most authentic and sweet among all the relationships, without any vested interests, and only love and compassion as a spindle. With great reverence, gratitude, and devotion, we are thankful for having our beloved Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as our Guru, who is empowering us and guiding us at every step of our journey. All the knowledge and experience that he shares with us is a result of a strong, powerful enlightenment ecosystem that Supreme Pontiff was brought up in, with various gurus directly training him and initiating him into numerous sampradayas of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. It is this ancient spiritual science contained in these powerful sampradayas, bestowed upon him by his respected gurus, that Supreme Pontiff is now reviving all over the world to give a superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Throughout this Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam, will be celebrating all these sampradayas that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has been initiated into and now is reviving. Today, on the third day of the Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam, we will be celebrating the revival of the Tantra Sampradaya. Tantra refers to the aphorisms for the highest truth, enlightenment in the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, making use of mantras, yantras, and other forms of dharana. Paramashiva imparts this knowledge to Devi Paramashiva Shakti. The knowledge source of the Sampradaya is Shiva Sutras, especially the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Tantra, the Sanskrit word, means a technique. The aphorisms in the Tantra Shastras give people the direct technique to achieve enlightenment. The knowledge source of Tantra Sampradaya are agamas given by Paramashiva himself, such as Kamikagama, and the unending chain of enlightened masters starting from Paramashiva and Devi Paramashiva Shakti themselves, who kept this science alive till the modern date. Some of these great masters hail from Kashmiri and Tamil traditions, such as Somananda, Utpaladeva, Abhinavagupta, and Somashambhu, to name a few. Swamiji's guru for this Tantra Sampradaya is Mataji Vibhudanandapuri. In her previous birth as Brahmayogini herself, Mata Vibhudanandapuri was recognized by Paramashiva for her utmost chastity and yogic abilities. He blessed her to facilitate the happening of his next incarnation in the form of Swamiji. She personally initiated Swamiji into many sacred dharanas and sadhanas of tantric scriptures and ensured that Swamiji's avataric purpose in life was realized. The Devata, the deity of this Sampradaya of Tantra, is Paramashiva himself, the primordial supreme Godhead of Hinduism. He is considered as the source, superconsciousness from which the entire creation manifests, is maintained, gets dissolved, deluded, and finally liberated, thus performing the Panchakritya, the five main actions. Paramashiva delivered the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra to Paramashiva Shakti along with Kamikagama, revealing the secrets of the cosmos and ways to attain enlightenment. Swamiji's various different contributions in this field and dimensions, the Sampradaya of Tantra, are original powerful cognitions from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra and from the Shiva Sutras. Swamiji has helped dispel several myths related to the word Tantra and the Tantric Sampradaya, which has been attacked continuously by anti-Hindu forces and constantly shown in bad light. By reviving the knowledge of Shiva Sutras and science of power manifestation, Swamiji has re-established the authenticity of Tantra Sampradaya of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and revealed its goal as achieving oneness with Paramashiva. Swamiji, in his series of discourses on Shiva Sutras, explains each of the aphorisms and maps them to the consciousness of the modern day seeker. He says Shiva Sutras are direct, straightforward techniques for simple, innocent mind. These sutras, albeit short, are immensely powerful and potent in giving the individual the superconscious breakthrough if cognized and practiced sincerely. The presiding deities Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti of the grand temple Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya are the source of the tantric knowledge. In particular, the Dhyana Shloka is given in the Kashmiri Shaiva Tantra as Paramashiva Shakti sitting in Paramashiva's lap when he imparts the knowledge of Tantra. Raw manifestation science revealed by Swamiji is basically him reviving the jnana or the powerful cognitions given in the Shaiva Tantras, especially Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, which contains various dharanas to open the third eye of the individual and manifest various powers or shaktis of the third eye. With this, let us now offer our gratitude and worship at the feet of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, on this auspicious third day of the Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nithyananda Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam Lalate Tripundri Nitlakrita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmala Dhara Spuritagati Kaupi Navasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Panirajam Shashikalam Pradipa Sarvesham Marunagiri Yogi Vijayate. Shakte Nanena Sakalo Vigneyo Nishkala Shivaha Kshityadikutila Pranta Mantra Simhasanasthitam Shuddhasphatika Sankasham Dvatrimshalakshananvitam Padmasanastham Panchasyam Prativaktram Trilochanam Drikriyecha Vishalaksham Jnanachandrakalanvitam Dhavaleshana Vadanam Pita Tatpurushananam Krishna Ghora Mukhopetam Rakta Bhottara Vaktrakam Sushveta Paschimaasyekam Sadyojatam Samurtikam Nagopavitinam Shantam Jatakhandendu Manditam Shakyaseshola Khatwanga Varavyagrakaram Dakshinairatha Vamasthaidamurum Bijapurakam Nagakshasutra Nilabja Bibhrana Panchabhikkaraihi Divyagandhanuliptangam Divyapushpairalankritam Harakanganakeyurairmudritabhiralankritam Sanchintямurterupari Shaktimatra Vijrambhanam Lingakaropamardena Bhavane Lingatam Jajet. ॐ शिवाय नमः। ॐ महेश्वराय नमः। ॐ शम्भवे नमः। ॐ पिनाकिने नमः। ॐ शशिशेखराय नमः। ॐ वामदेवाय नमः। ॐ विरूपाक्षाय नमः। ॐ कपर्दिने नमः। ॐ नीललोहिताय नमः। ॐ शङ्कराय नमः। ॐ शूलपाणये नमः। ॐ खट्वाङ्गिने नमः। ॐ विष्णुवल्लभाय नमः। ॐ शिविविष्टाय नमः। ॐ अम्बिकानाथाय नमः। ॐ श्रीकण्ठाय नमः। ॐ भक्तवत्सलाय नमः। ॐ भवाय नमः। ॐ शर्वाय नमः। ॐ त्रिलोकेशाय नमः। ॐ शितिकण्ठाय नमः। ॐ शिवाप्रियाय नमः। ॐ उग्राय नमः। ॐ कपालिने नमः। ॐ कामारये नमः। ॐ अन्धकासुरसूदनाय नमः। ॐ गङ्गाधराय नमः। ॐ ललाटाक्षाय नमः। ॐ कलिकालाय नमः। ॐ कृपानिधये नमः। ॐ भीमाय नमः। ॐ परशुहस्ताय नमः। ॐ मृगबाणये नमः। ॐ जटाधराय नमः। ॐ कैलासवासिने नमः। ॐ कवचिने नमः। ॐ कठोराय नमः। ॐ त्रिपुरान्तकाय नमः। ॐ वृषाङ्गाय नमः। ॐ वृषभारूढाय नमः। ॐ भस्मोद्धूलितविग्रहाय नमः। ॐ सामप्रियाय नमः। ॐ स्वरमयाय नमः। ॐ त्रयीमूर्तये नमः। ॐ अनीश्वराय नमः। ॐ सर्वज्ञाय नमः। ॐ परमात्मने नमः। ॐ सोमसूर्याग्निलोचनाय नमः। ॐ हविषे नमः। ॐ यज्ञमयाय नमः। ॐ सोमाय नमः। ॐ पञ्चवक्त्राय नमः। ॐ सदाशिवाय नमः। ॐ विश्वेश्वराय नमः। ॐ वीरभद्राय नमः। ॐ गणनाथाय नमः। ॐ प्रजापतये नमः। ॐ हिरण्यरेतसे नमः। ॐ दुर्धर्षाय नमः। ॐ गिरिशाय नमः। ॐ अनघाय नमः। ॐ भुजङ्गभूषणाय नमः। ॐ भर्गाय नमः। ॐ गिरिधन्वने नमः। ॐ गिरिप्रियाय नमः। ॐ कृत्तिवाससे नमः। ॐ पुरारातये नमः। ॐ भगवते नमः। ॐ प्रमथाधिपाय नमः। ॐ मृत्युञ्जयाय नमः। ॐ सूक्ष्मतनवे नमः। ॐ जगद्व्यापिने नमः। ॐ जगद्गुरवे नमः। ॐ व्योमकेशाय नमः। ॐ महासेनजनकाय नमः। ॐ चारुविक्रमाय नमः। ॐ रुद्राय नमः। ॐ भूतपदये नमः। ॐ स्थानवे नमः। ॐ अहिर्बुद्ध्याय नमः। ॐ दिगम्बराय नमः। ॐ अष्टमूर्तये नमः। ॐ अनेकात्मने नमः। ॐ सात्विकाय नमः। ॐ शुद्धविग्रहाय नमः। ॐ शाश्वताय नमः। ॐ खण्डपरशवे नमः। ॐ रजसे नमः। ॐ पाशविमोचनाय नमः। ॐ मृडाय नमः। ॐ पशुपतये नमः। ॐ देवाय नमः। ॐ महादेवाय नमः। ॐ अव्ययाय नमः। ॐ हरये नमः। ॐ भगनेत्रभिदे नमः। ॐ अव्यक्ताय नमः। ॐ दक्षाध्वरहराय नमः। ॐ हराय नमः। ॐ पूषादन्तभिदे नमः। ॐ अव्यग्राय नमः। ॐ सहस्राक्षाय नमः। ॐ सहस्रपदे नमः। ॐ अपवर्गप्रदाय नमः। ॐ अनन्ताय नमः। ॐ तारकाय नमः। ॐ परमेश्वराय नमः। ॐ त्रिलोचनाय नमः। श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमो नमः। ओम धूरसि धूर्वधूर्वन्तं धूर्वतयोऽस्मान् धूर्वतितं धूर्वजं वयं धूर्वामस्त्वं देवानामसि षष्टितमं बप्रितमं जुष्टतमं वह्नितमं देवहूतममहृतमसि हविर्दानं दृगुंहस्वमाह्वा मित्रस्य त्वा चक्षुषा प्रेक्षे माभिर्मा संविक्था मा त्वा हि गुंसिषं। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः। सर्वाभ्यो देवताभ्यो नमो नमः। धूपमाघ्रापयामि। ओम साज्यं त्रिवर्ति संयुक्तं वह्निना योजितं मया ग्रहाणमंगलं दीपं त्रैलोक्यतिमिरापहं। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः। एकहारति दीपं संदर्शयामि। ओम देवस्य त्वा सवितुः प्रसवे अश्विनोर्बाहुभ्यां पूष्णो हस्ताभ्यां ओम मधुवाता ते मधुक्षरन्ति सिन्धवः माध्वीर्णः सन्तोषधीः मधुनक्तमुतोषसि मधुमत्पार्थिवगुम्रजः मधुद्यौरस्तु नः पिता मधुमान्नो वनस्पतिर्मधुमागुमस्तु सूर्यः माध्वीर्गावो भवन्तु नः मधु मधु मधु। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः। अमृतं महानैवेद्यं निवेदयामि नैवेद्यानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि ॐ त्रीणि त्रीणि वै देवानामृद्धानि त्रीणि छन्दागुंसि त्रीणि सवनानि त्रय इमे लोकाः ऋद्ध्यामेव तद्वीर्य एषु लोकेषु प्रतिष्ठते यच्चातुर्मास्य याज्यात्मनो नावद्येत् श्री नित्यानंदे श्री परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदे परमशिवाय नमः त्रिनेत्रदीपं संदर्शयामि ओम ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपतिर्ब्रह्मणोऽधिपतिर्ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवोम तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्रः प्रचोदयात् ओम अघोरेभ्यो घोरेभ्यो घोरघोरतरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः सर्वशर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः ॐ तत्पुरुषाय ॐ वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमो रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमो बलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमथनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः सद्यो जातं प्रपद्यामि सद्यो जाताय वै नमो नमः भवे भवेनादिभवे भवस्व मां भवोद्भवाय नमः ॐ हिरण्यपात्रं मधोः पूर्णं ददाति मधव्योसानीति एकधा ब्रह्मणः उपहरति एकथैव यजमान आयुस्तेजो दधाति श्री नित्यानंदे श्री परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः कुंभदीपं संदर्शयामि ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् श्री नित्यानंदे श्री परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि बृहत्सामक्षत्रभृद्वृद्धवृष्णीयं दृष्टुभौजशुभितमुग्रवीरम् इन्द्रस्तोमेन पञ्चदशेन मध्यमिदं वातेन सकरेण रक्षान् धारयामि ॐ नभो नभो भवति जायमानोऽह्नां केतुरुषसामेत्यग्रं भागं देवेभ्यो विददात्याजन् प्रचन्द्रमा स्थिरते दीर्घमायुः ॐ मूर्धानं दिवो अरतिं पृथिव्या वैश्वानरमृताय जातमग्निं कविगुं सम्राजमतिथिं जनानामासन्नापात्रं जनयन्त देवाः ॐ दूरमस्मच्छत्रवो यन्तु भीताः तदिन्द्राग्नीकृणुतां तद्विशाखे तन्नो देवा अनुमतन्तु यज्ञं पश्चात् पुरस्तादभयन्नो अस्तु ॐ वायुस्ताग्मग्रे प्रमुमोक्तु देवः प्रजापतिः प्रजया संविधानः प्रमुञ्चमाना भुवनस्य रेतो गातुं धत्त यजमानाय देवाः उपाकृतगुं शशमानं यतस्थाज्जीवं देवानामप्येतुपाथः ॐ केतुं गृह्णन्नकेतवेपेशो मर्या अपेशसे समुषद्भिरजायताः ब्रह्मा देवानां पदवी कवीनां ऋषिर्विप्राणां महिषो मृगाणां शेनो गृध्रा नागस्वधिर्वणा नागसोमः पवित्रमत्येतिरेभन्ने सचित्रचित्रं चितयन्तमस्मै चित्रक्षत्रचित्रदामम्बयोधां चन्द्रं रयिं पूर्ववीरं बृहन्तं चन्द्राभिर्गृणते जुवस्व ॐ राजाधिराजाय प्रसह्य साहिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे समे कामाङ्गामकामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातो कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि ॐ त्रिदलं त्रिगुणाकारं त्रिनेत्रं च त्रियायुधं त्रिजन्मपापसंहारम् एकबिल्वं शिवार्पणम् ॐ भवाय देवाय नमः भवस्य ॐ भवाय देवाय नमः वस्य देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ शर्वाय देवाय नमः ॐ शर्वस्य देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ ईशानाय देवाय नमः ॐ ईशानस्य देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ पशुपतेर्देवाय नमः पशुपतेर्देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ उग्राय देवाय नमः ॐ उग्रस्य देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ रुद्राय देवाय नमः ॐ रुद्रस्य देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ भीमाय देवाय नमः ॐ भीमस्य देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ महते देवाय नमः ॐ महतो देवस्य पत्नी नमः ॐ भोगीफलसमायुक्तं नागवल्लीदलेर्युतं कर्पूरचूर्णसंयुक्तं ताम्बूलं प्रतिगृह्यतां ताम्बूलं समर्पयामि ॐ योपां पुष्पं वेद पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति चन्द्रमा वा अपां पुष्पं पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति य एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति वेदोक्तमन्त्रपुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि देवदेवोत्तमदेवता सार्वभौम अखिलाण्डकोटिब्रह्माण्डनायक श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवस्वामिनः जय विजयी भव चतुर्वेद प्रिय चतुर्वेदमवधारय हरिः ॐ कद्रुद्राय प्रचेतसे मीढुष्टमाय तव्यसे हरिः ॐ नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमस्ताम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शृङ्गाय च पशुपतये च नम उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे वधाय च दूरे वधाय च नमो हन्त्रे च हनीयसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमः ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयो भवे च नमः शङ्कराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवधराय च हरिः ॐ अग्न आयाहि वीतये गृणानो हव्यदादये निहोता सत्यबर्हिषि हरिः ॐ षण्णो देवीरभिष्टय आपो भवन्तु वीतये संयोरभिस्रवन्तु नः हरिः ॐ देवदेवोत्तमदेवता सार्वभौम अखिलाण्डकोटिब्रह्माण्डनायक श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव जय विजयी भव आगमश्लोकप्रियागमश्लोकानवधारय कैलासदक्षिणे शृङ्गे नानाश्चर्यसमन्विते प्रवृद्धवटवृक्षोत्थ छायाच्छन्नेति विस्तृते व्याघ्रचर्मपरीधाने पीठे रत्नोपशोभिते देवदानवगन्धर्व सिद्धविद्याधराधिभिः सेव्यमानं महादेवं श्रीकण्ठं विश्वनायकम् देवदेवोत्तमदेवता सार्वभौम अखिलाण्डकोटिब्रह्माण्डनायक श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव स्तोत्रप्रियस्तोत्रमवधारय रत्नैकल्पितमासनं हिमजलैः स्नानं च दिव्याम्बरं नानारत्नविभूषितं मृगमया मोदाङ्कितं चन्दनं जातीचम्पकबिल्वपत्ररचितं पुष्पं च धूपं तथा दीपं देवदयानिधे पशुपते हृत्कल्पितं गृह्यताम् देवदेवोत्तमदेवता सार्वभौम अखिलाण्डकोटिब्रह्माण्डनायक श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव जय विजयी भव आशीर्वाद प्रिय आशीर्वादमवधारय ॐ स्वस्ति प्रजाभ्यः परिपालयन्तां न्याय्येन मार्गेण महिं महिषाः गोब्राह्मणेभ्यः शुभमस्तु नित्यं लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु काले वर्षतु पर्जन्यः पृथिवी सस्यशालिनी देशोऽयं क्षोभरहितः ब्राह्मणाः सन्तु निर्भयाः इति स्वस्तिमन्त्रार्थाः सत्या सफला भवन्तु इति भवन्तो महान्तो न गृह्णन्तु तथास्तु अपुत्राः पुत्रिणः सन्तु पौत्रिणः अधनाः सधनाः सन्तु जीवन्तु शरदशतम् इति भवन्तो महान्तो न गृह्णन्तु तथास्तु दुर्जनः सज्जनो भूयात् सज्जनः शान्तिमाप्नुयात् शान्तो मुच्येत बन्धेभ्यः मुक्तश्चान्यान् विमोचयेत् इति भवन्तो महान्तो न गृह्णन्तु तथास्तु धर्मपतिः प्रजासुचरिताः पूजाधना सज्जनाः षट्कर्मप्रवरा द्विजाः प्रतिदिनं विद्यानवद्या सदा वाणी सन्निहिता चिरं कविमुखैः सानन्दमव्याकुलाः सर्वे सन्तु वैदिकधर्म अनुष्ठातारः सौजन्यसन्तोषिणः इति स्वस्तिमन्त्रार्थाः सत्याः सफला भवन्तु इति भवन्तो महान्तो न गृह्णन्तु तथास्तु येषां देवदेवानां महादेवानाम् अखिलाण्डकोटिब्रह्माण्डनायकानां सकलभूयिसृष्टिस्थितिसंहारतिरोभावानुग्रहाख्यपञ्चकृत्यपरायणानाम् आदिमध्यान्तरहितानाम् अप्रमेयपराक्रमाणां तत्त्वार्थगोचराणां श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिसमेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवस्वरूपाणां श्री आदिगुरु अरुणगिरियोगेश्वरस्वरूपाणां श्रीकालभैरवमहाकाळीस्वरूपाणां श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षीसुन्दरेश्वराभिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्नकुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञानविश्रुत सकलनिगमागमसारभूत द्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयाण गीयमानछत्रचामर श्रीजिन्नकाहलादि समस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्गसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्यजापवर्गवर्षविश्राणजीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराजगुरु क्षपणशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हारध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमदृषभध्वजस्थापक शैवसमयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामी वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ तृणपद्युत्तरद्विशततमगुरुमहासन्निधानानाम् अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधानानां कैलासपरम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधानानां नित्योत्सव नित्यमंगल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानंदपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासनपीठ कर्तॄणां साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणीनां साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वरानां साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटलपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्ममुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्यवर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां पादारविन्दयोः अचञ्चला भक्ति सिद्धिः भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सगुणस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्तिश्च भूयात् इति भवन्तो महान्तो न गृह्णन्तो तथास्तु सर्वे जना सुखिनः सन्तो तथास्तु सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु तथास्तु सर्वे जना सुखिनः सन्तो तथास्तु समस्त सन्मङ्गलानि सन्तो तथास्तु सर्वत्र नित्यानन्दध्वजारोहणं भवतु तथास्तु सर्वेषां श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां परिपूर्ण कृपाकटाक्ष सिद्धिः अस्तु तथास्तु अयं धर्मः उत्तरोत्तरम् अभिवृद्धिरस्तु तथास्तु सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ओम नित्यानंदम् ओम तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् ओम गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात् ओम हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंस प्रचोदयात् श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि ॐ एकदन्ताय विद्महे वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि तन्नो दन्तिः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ चण्डेशाय विद्महे टङ्कहस्ताय धीमहि तन्नश्चण्डप्रचोदयात्। ॐ हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंस प्रचोदयात्। ॐ उमाकोमलहस्ताब्जं सम्भावितललाटकं हिरण्यकुण्डलं वन्दे कुमारं पुष्करस्रजम्। श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। कर्पूर नीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि, रक्षां धारयामि। ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय। ॐ नमस्ते रुद्रमन्यव उतोत इषवे नमः। नमस्ते अस्तु धन्वने बाहुभ्यामुत ते नमः। यात इषुः शिवतमा शिवं बभूव ते धनुः। शिवा शरव्या यातवतया नो रुद्रमृडया। या ते रुद्रशिवा तनूरघोरा पापकाशिनी। तया नस्तनुवासन्तमया गिरिशन्ताभिचाकशीः। यामिषुं गिरिशन्तहस्ते बिभर्षस्तवे। शिवां गिरित्रतां कुरु माहि गुंसीः पुरुषं जगत्। शिवेन वचसा त्वा गिरिशाच्छावदामसि। यथा नः सर्वमिज्जगदयक्ष्मगुं मना असते अध्यवोचदधिवक्ताः प्रथमो दैव्योऽभिषके। अहीगश्च सर्वाञ्जं भजन् सर्वाश्च यातु धान्यः। असौ यस्ताम्रो अरुण उत बभ्रुस्व मङ्गलः। ये चेमागुं रुद्रा अभितो दिक्षु श्रिता सहस्रशो वैशागुम्हेण ईमहे। असौ यो वसर्पति नीलग्रीवो विलोहितः। उतैनं गोपा अदृशन्नुतहार्यः। उतैनं विश्वाभूतानि सदृष्टो मृडयादिनः।
नमोऽस्तु नीलग्रीवाय सहस्राक्षाय मीडुषे। अथो ये अस्य सत्त्वानोऽहं तेभ्यो करन्नमः। प्रमुञ्चदन्वनस्त्वमुभयोराग्नियोज्ञां। याश्च ते हस्तैषवः पराता भगवो वप। अवतत्यधनुस्त्वगं सहस्राक्षशते शुदे।
ॐ एकदन्ताय विद्महे वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि तन्नो दन्तिः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ चण्डेशाय विद्महे टङ्कहस्ताय धीमहि तन्नश्चण्डप्रचोदयात्। ॐ हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंस प्रचोदयात्। ॐ तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महासेनाय धीमहि तन्नः षण्मुखः प्रचोदयात्। सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। कर्पूर नीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि, रक्षां धारयामि। ॐ नमो हिरण्यबाहवे सेनान्ये दिशां च पतये नमो नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यः पशूनां पतये नमो नमः सस्पिञ्जराय द्विषीमते पथीनां पतये नमो नमो बभ्लुषाय विव्याधिनेन्नानां पतये नमो नमो हरिकेशायोपवीतिने पुष्टानां पतये नमो नमो भवस्य हेत्यै जगतां पतये नमो नमो रुद्राय तथा विने क्षेत्राणां पतये नमो नमः सूताय हञ्चाय वनानां पतये नमो नमो रोहिताय स्थपतये वृक्षाणां पतये नमो नमो मन्त्रिणे वाणिजाय कक्षाणां पतये नमो नमो भुवन्तये वारिवस्कृताय औषधीनां पतये नमो नम उच्चैर्घोषाय क्रन्दयते वत्तीनां पतये नमो नमः कृत्स्नवीताय धावते सत्त्वनां पतये नमः नमः सहमानाय निव्याधिन आव्याधिनीनां पतये नमो नमः ककुभाय निषङ्गिणे स्तेनानां पतये नमो नमो निषङ्गिण इषुधिमते तस्कराणां पतये नमो नमो वञ्चते परिवञ्चते स्तायूनां पतये नमो नमो निचेरवे परिचरायारण्याणां पतये नमो नमः त्रिकाविभ्यो जिघागुंसद्भ्यो मुष्णतां पतये नमो नम इषुमद्भ्यो धन्वाविभ्यश्च वो नमो नम आतन्वानेभ्यः प्रतिदधानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नम आयच्छद्भ्यो विसृजद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमो सद्भ्यो विद्यद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नम आसीनेभ्यश्च यानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्ववद्भ्यो जाग्रद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमः तिष्ठद्भ्यो धावद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमः सभाभ्यः सभापतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो अश्वेभ्यो स्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नमो भवाय च रुद्राय च नमः शर्वाय च पशुपतये च नमो नीलग्रीवाय च शितिकण्ठाय च नमः कपर्दिने च व्युक्तकेशाय च नमः सहस्राक्षाय च शतधन्वने च नमो गिरिशाय च शिपिविष्टाय च ॐ एकदन्ताय विद्महे वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि तन्नो दन्तिः प्रचोदयात् ॐ चण्डेशाय विद्महे टङ्कहस्ताय धीमहि तन्नश्चण्डप्रचोदयात् ॐ हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंसप्रचोदयात् तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महासेनाय धीमहि तन्नः षण्मुखप्रचोदयात् श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः सर्वाभ्यो देवताभ्यो नमो नमः कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि नमो भवाय च रुद्राय च नमः शर्वाय च पशुपतये च नमो नीलग्रीवाय च शितिकण्ठाय च नमः कपर्दिने च व्युक्तकेशाय च नमः सहस्राक्षाय च शतधन्वने च नमो गिरिशाय च शिपिविष्ठाय च नमो मीढुष्टवाय देशुमदे च नमो ह्रस्वाय च वामनाय च नमो बृहते च वर्षीयसे च नमो वृद्धाय च संवृध्वने च नमो अग्रिजाय च प्रथमाय च नम आशवे चाजिराय च नमः शीघ्रियाय च शीभ्याय च नमः ऊर्म्याय चावस्वन्याय च नमः स्रोतस्याय च द्वीप्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नमः पूर्वजाय चापरजाय च नमो मध्यमाय चापगल्भाय च नमो जघन्याय च बुद्धिजाय च नमः सोऽभ्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नमः उर्वर्याय च खल्याय च नमः श्लोक्याय चावसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्ष्याय च नमः श्रवाय च प्रतिश्रवाय च नमः आशुषेणाय चाशुरथाय च नमः शूराय चावभिन्दते च नमो वर्मिने च वरूथिने च नमो बिल्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय च हनन्याय च नमो धृष्णवे च प्रमृषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिणे ॐ एकदन्ताय विद्महे वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि तन्नो दन्तिः प्रचोदयात् ॐ चण्डेशाय विद्महे टङ्कहस्ताय धीमहि तन्नश्चण्ड प्रचोदयात् ॐ हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंस प्रचोदयात् ॐ तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महासेनाय धीमहि तन्नः षण्मुख प्रचोदयात् श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। सर्वाभ्यो देवताभ्यो नमो नमः। कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि। शोणाद्रीशावताराय ज्योतिस्तम्भस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। तत्त्वज्ञानप्रदाताय नित्यानन्देश्वररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। मूलप्रकृतिरूपाय परमशिवशक्तिस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। दण्डत्रिशूलहस्ताय कालकालस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। आदिपूज्याय देवाय सकृत्पूर्णत्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। सर्वाभयविनाशकाय शत्रुसंहाररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। योगभट्टाभिषिक्ताय राजसन्न्यासधारिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। सार्वभौमैकपत्याय राजराजार्चिताय च श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। मङ्गलं कल्पवृक्षाय मङ्गलं ज्ञानदायिने परमशिवाय श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वराय मङ्गलम्। मङ्गलं श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलं कामदायिन्यै सर्वमङ्गलदात्री नित्यानन्देश्वर्यै मङ्गलम्। मङ्गलं गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलम्। परमावताराय नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम्। त्वं स्मृतमहं धन्य मम प्राणमहेश्वर गङ्गाधरनामेति स्तोत्रस्थानं ददाम्यहं हरिः ओं तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत्श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्. We thank you all for joining us for these third day celebrations of the Guru Purnima Brahmotsava. We invite you all to join us tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time to continue celebrating with us the celebrations of the Guru Purnima Brahmotsava. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Paramashiva's message directly from Mahakailasa. Listen. The existence of the super consciousness consciously, powerfully reflecting into your conscious existence and your conscious existence recognizing your possibilities and powers of your superconscious existence is superconscious mutation. I wanted to make it very clear. This word mutants is misunderstood all over the world, especially the Hollywood movies and TV serials. The way they project the idea mutants, that is not the way Hinduism reveals about the conscious mutation. Please understand. The Hollywood movies and TV serials, what they talk about mutants is people with extra power, but not enlightenment or the intelligence, compassion to handle the power, compassion to handle the responsibility. It is more like a unconscious mutants from the lower worlds. Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Patala. The lower worlds. That concept only is presented in Hollywood movies and TV series like a Heroes, the New Heroes TV series. All these presents almost kind of a frightening depiction about the mutants. Completely forget about that. Understand what Hindu Shastras, Hindu scriptures, Vedas and Agamas, Puranas talk about superconscious mutation. From the vertical time zone, the higher conscious beings, people who achieved superconsciousness, those beings, their superconsciousness, when that reflects in your individual conscious existence, you start manifesting great enlightenment, intelligence, compassion, highest order of human values and divine qualities. With those jnana, buddhi, higher values, you start manifesting powers, extraordinary shaktis. Please understand. in India, even 200 years before, this was a lifestyle. Every village will have few Shatavadanis. Shatavadani means a person who can perform 100 acts at a time. Please understand. Great Vedic scholars in Hindu tradition developed these powers, possibilities through the superconscious mutation. Through this superconscious mutation, they could perform 100 acts at a time because all their non-mechanical parts of the brain was awakened through this superconscious mutation process. I want all of you to know elaborately our Hindu scriptures, history, books have documented. Puranas are not mythology or myth, it's a history. They have documented these superconscious mutants, people who had the superconscious mutation experience. The Panchapandavas' birth itself is a superconscious mutation. Kundi received the power to make the superconscious beings give their DNA and give birth to kids through their DNA. She brought Surya's DNA with the blessing of Surya. That superconscious mutant is Karana. Till the end, his great value, the greatest value of Surya is just giving radiance is his very nature. Anything Karna had, he just gave. The quality of giving, radiating, could never be removed from Karna because he is from the DNA of Surya, the greatest giver, Bhaskara, radiating. He gave his very life. He is the extraordinary giver. And Kundi brought the DNA of Yamadharma Raja, Yama, who is the Lord of natural law, Dharma, and gave birth to a child in the same signs of superconscious mutation. Till the end, Dharma. Yudhishthira never violates Dharma. The way he upheld Dharma is unimaginable. It's because superconscious mutation. Then comes Bhima. It's a superconscious being, Vayu. His DNA was brought, and Vayu's very DNA superconscious mutation has been done and Bhima was born. The power Bhima radiated, the power of Vayu Bhagavan, the power Bhima radiated is unimaginable. Arjuna is a superconscious mutant of Indra. Then Nahula and Sahadeva, they are the superconscious mutants of Ashwini Kumaras. These great beings are all superconscious mutants. Understand? Our Idihasas, Puranas elaborately document these superconscious mutation and the signs of superconscious mutation. There's an elaborate description of the 7 enlightenment cities, Kashi, Kanchi, Madura, all these 7, Mayapuri, all these 7 enlightenment cities each having the population of 10,000 Sahasravatanis, 1 lakh Shadavatanis. Sahasravatani means who can perform 1,000 action at a time. Sadavatani means who can perform 100 action at a time. Please understand, what I am talking is not story. Even as recently as now, there are documentation in Mohal's court where they start awarding Shatavadanis. They start giving awards to Shatavadanis. There are documentation. In front of the court, people performed this 100 acts at a time. Forget all of that. Even now, in Andhra, the Telugu Brahmins community, they are keeping this tradition of avatanis alive. The living stream is not dead. It is there still. It's there. Shodasavadanis, Ashtavadanis, still the tradition is there. In Andhra, the Telugu Brahmins tradition, and even the Telugu Brahmins who came and settled in the banks of Kaveri in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. All the 3, Godavari, Karnataka, Kaveri in Karnataka, Kaveri in the Tamil Nadu. In all 3 places, the Telugu Brahmins who came and settled are still keeping these Avadani traditions alive. Actually, there's an elaborate description how these rivers are energized with the superconscious energy for these Avadani traditions to be kept alive. The Ganga was used for Sahasravatana, Sahasravatanis, people who can perform 1,000 acts. They settled in Kashmir and Kashi. Then the next level, people who can perform little less than 1,000, but around 900. They settled in Yamuna. And you need to know, after the Ganga and Yamuna, people who can perform above 500, but less than 900. That group settled near Godavari. That is why when we describe the rivers and worship, Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati. Saraswati does not come third. Godavari comes third. Then comes Saraswati. Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati Narmade Sindhu Kaveri. It was different settlement of different avadanis. There's an elaborate description of how these avadanis are trained and how this science was kept alive. Avadani's training is one of the aspects of superconscious mutation. More than avadanis, another important aspect of superconscious mutation is ability to use the astras. Ability to use the different organs, senses. Listen. Ability to use different organs and senses. That superconscious mutation is avadanis. You will have an extraordinary capacity to smell, think, write poetry, recollect the numbers, names uttered, means the Jnanendriya, Karmendriya, Manas, Chitta, Buddhi, memory, everything will be fully active, alive, intensely, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. That is what is the definition of being an avatani. All your Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas. Jnanendriya means the organs in your system which receives information and processes. Karmendriya means organs in your system which performs actions. Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas and the internal organs who are responsible for Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas to be fully active and alive. Sorry for using too many Sanskrit terms. I'll try to translate every Sanskrit term I'm using and give English meaning. The knowledge receptors and action performers, these two organs, for example, tongue, when it tastes, it is called Jnanendriya. When it speaks, it is called Karmendriya. Same tongue, when it performs the action of receiving the taste and processing that information, it's called Jnanendriya. The same tongue, when it performs the action of talking, it's called Karmendriya. Like that, the Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas and the internal organs which are responsible for these Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas to be active. For example, liver. Only if your liver is absolutely detoxed and fully active, you will have a deep ability to coordinate all the actions. Please understand, coordination of all the actions needs not just the support of the brain, it needs the support of your liver. Because your liver is responsible for all your internal organs functioning smoothly. So, the avadani has to keep his whole body detoxed. If you are an avadani, you will automatically keep your body detox. Only if you are detoxed, you will be able to be an avadani. Keeping all your karmendriyas, jnanendriyas and internal organs active, alive, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically, in a synced way is called avadana. I myself have seen an avadani who can smell, listen to the music, taste some of the food items, and hear the numbers, flower names, various other names being uttered, and see the scenes in front of him, which is constantly changed, various paintings, mix all this and sing poetry without missing the order. He can see everything, listen everything, and during this whole process, somebody will be touching his back with peacock feather at various points. He will narrate this whole thing in a poetic way without missing the order. This multiple performance avadanis is one aspect of superconscious mutation. Then the next, using shastras. That is what now I am making Suvignana master. See, in Shankara's history, if you see Adi Shankara's history, two of his disciples never studied anything. Totakacharya, Bhatmapada. They just served him. Just by superconscious mutation, he made both of them Shastravadanis. Shastravadanis, like Sahasra Avadanis on Shastra. Sahasra Avadanis means they can perform 1,000 actions at a time. Shastra centered. He made both of them Sarvanyas. What Mandana Mishra did through the self-effort, his whole life, Adi Shankara gave it through superconscious mutation to Todaka and Bhatmapada Acharyas, just like that. Sarvanyatva can be transmitted through the initiation. And Sahasravadana of Shastras can be transmitted just like that. Adi Shankara has demonstrated it. Then Sahasravadanis of Shastras. How do you think Drona could transmit this whole science to all the students in short period? Especially the capacities of Arjuna, Bhima. If you see all their capacity, unimaginable capacities cannot come by training. It is only the science of superconscious mutation. Just within 7 years, Karna receives everything including Brahmastram from Parasurama. How? It's impossible by training, but only through the superconscious mutation. Understand? Superconscious mutation is a science. There are 25 branches of Sahasravatana, performing 1,000 actions at a time centered on organs. This tradition is kept alive in the Telugu Brahmins community who settled in the banks of Godavari and Kaveri. Understand what I am saying? Even now, there is a living stream, at least few people. We have Shodasavadanis, means who can perform 16 actions at a time. I want to tell you, put this on record, how the invaders of India destroyed this Avadani tradition. They understood these Avadanis are the powerful people keeping this Hindu tradition alive. So these invaders started rewarding the Avadanis. Everyone thought, why will award and reward Avadanis? Hindus. Because all these Hindu Avadanis have started coming out openly, publicly to receive the award and reward. They collected everyone and finished them off once for all. That is the way the living stream of the Avadanis were destroyed by the invaders. Understand? But one good news I have for you, all of you, is fortunately, this Avadani, the superconscious mutation, is done in the DNA level. If the Telugu Brahmin DNA is available, Telugu Brahmin kids are available, that is enough. I can reinitiate them, revive the whole Avadani tradition, which is what I am doing through our Gurukul. This is the good news we have. The Gotra of Avadanis, the Telugu Brahmins who carry this Avadanis DNA. If the child is initiated, into power manifestation, immediately he reclaims, his DNA is awakened, and the whole Avadana powers starts manifesting. The superconscious mutation starts happening. Shrikant Iyer is sending a message. His family also, there are Avadanis. Shrikant Iyer, you are a Tamil Brahmin. That is not called Avadanis. That is a different science. It is yogic powers. Please understand. The Telugu Brahmins kept the Avadana tradition alive. Tamil Brahmins kept the Mantra Shastra alive. The Avadanis which you are talking, Shrikant Iyer, your family, you are actually Tamil Brahmin, means the Tanjavur Brahmins, Tambra's family. Hope I am right. And people who carry that Iyer title, that DNA, your Avadanatva is manifested through Mantra Shastra. Fundamentally, the Tamil Brahmins Avadana tradition, that superconscious mutation is Shastra centered. The Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition is organ centered. Karmendriya, Jnanendriya centered power is the Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition. The Tamil Brahmins, see, I don't want to create any conflict or community fight here. I am just putting all these things in record. Whatever I saw in the Akashic records and Shastras and the traditions and books, I am putting it on record. The Tamil Brahmins have the Sahasravatana capacity, Shastra centered. Once the Tamil Brahmin boy or a girl goes through a superconscious mutation, he can perform Avadana on any Shastras. On any Shastras. The Shastra-centric Avadana performance, Sahasravadana performance, science was kept alive, focused by Tamil Brahmins. Please understand, it's not that Tamil Brahmins never studied the Avadana tradition of Telugu Brahmins, but each of them took up one branch and kept it alive. And Shastra-centered Avadana tradition, Shastra means weapon. Shastra, Astra-centered Avadana tradition was kept alive by Parasurama's Gotra in UP. The whole UP area, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand, in that area, the Parasurama's Gotra is still alive. They have that Sahasravadana tradition centered on Shastras and Astras. Still, I have seen one Brahmin sadhu who can pick up a grass and chant a mantra and throw that grass, it will catch fire by itself and go and fall some 20-30 kilometers away and blast. I have seen a sadhu who can perform this Avadana. Please understand, the organ-centric superconscious mutation Avadani tradition was kept alive in Telugu Brahmin stream. Shastra-centric, mantra-centric, Sahasravadana tradition was kept alive by Tamil Brahmins, and Astra-Shastra, weapon-centric Avadana was kept alive by the Parashurama's Gotra in UP and Uttarakhand, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and UP, the UP, Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand. And Ramesh Ramani is sending a message that they are Telugu Brahmins, and one of his great-grandmother has written the Ramayana on wall. Oh God. Actually, these are living, what to say that, living documentations. And I am getting so many messages. And Nitya Ramani is saying that Isha and Keshav are of Telugu Brahmins. Can they be initiated, Swamiji? Please understand, for the superconscious mutation, They have to be in a Gurukul. And Nithyaramani, if you want 2 kids for the family, keep Isha and Keshav. Now plan to give birth to more kids. And you are young, you are not old. You are young, you can. Give birth at least 2 to 3 kids more. Send them to Gurukul because it needs a full attention for their DNA to fully manifest. Mainly the ecosystem. Ecosystem where they continue every day, they have to manifest powers. Their food. You need to understand, Nithyaramani, because you asked, I am telling you, the lifestyle and the kind of words people utter around, all that plays a major role when a child flowers into Avadani. The fear and greed, everything should be centered on power manifestation, not on money manifestation. See, it is not that our Gurukul kids don't have fear or don't have greed, but it is all centered on power manifestation. They get greedy to manifest more powers. They get fear if they don't manifest powers. But it is not centered on money. Oh, will I get a job? Will I get this certificate? Will I get that? So understand, the whole life has to be focused on power manifestation and becoming Avadanis. The real reason why I am so focused on Gurukul is my work is not just writing some 1,000 books, giving 1,000 satsangs. My work is super conscious mutation. Making thousands and thousands of Avadanis, power manifestors, demonstrably. Please understand one more thing. I want to put this whole thing on record. Good news is, this whole science is recorded inside the DNA. So as long as the last Brahmin is alive, this science cannot be destroyed, cannot be eliminated. That's the good news. The great news is, Paramashiva has empowered me. He has given me the power to revive, awaken, and do the superconscious mutation. And revive that power of Sahasravadani. So Nithyaramani, first thing, you are young, you are not old. Both of you are young. You can plan for at least 2 or 3 more kids and send them to Gurukul after the age of 7. This will be equivalent to giving $1 billion to Hindu society. Understand? When you give one child to Gurukul and when he starts manifesting powers, a tradition is revived. Not just one person. A tradition is revived. I always tell people, when one Hindu woman is taken away, it is not that we lose one woman, yet whole lineage is lost. Same way, if the one child, Brahmin child, or one Brahmin girl starts manifesting this avatana powers, It is not that one girl or one boy is manifesting. The whole Gotra, the whole order, the tradition, the heritage, that whole lineage is revived. The kids who are staying in their home with parents, I can initiate them, give them few powers. But becoming like a Sahasravatani, you need the ecosystem where the kids manifest these powers intensely. I wanted to tell all of you who put the message now, Ramesh Ramani, Nithya Ramani, Shrikant Iyer, all of you, take this very seriously. One child from the Brahmin tradition, Brahmin DNA, please understand, I am not a casteist person. All of you should know, I myself is not a Brahmin DNA. I am from Adishayavalar community. So you should know that I am not a casteist person, and I talk so much about social justice, and I work for the social justice. Here I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. I am not talking about the social community structure. I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. So understand, if one Brahmin child becomes part of the Gurukul and he starts manifesting powers and Sarvanyatva, and he starts manifesting this Avadanitva, not just the one child, the whole lineage is revived. Hindus need to realize, last 300 years, heavy persecution, huge effort was put to destroy this Avadani science, the superconscious mutation science, because this is the core of Hinduism. Core of Hinduism is not just in Shastras, not just in temples. All that is great. Keeping it alive, all that is container. Content is this superconscious mutation process. Understand, I am not disrespecting Shastras or the temples. No way. But all I am telling you is, Shastras and temples are all containers. See, when invaders invaded India, they burnt libraries, whole thing. Some of our libraries was burning for 2 years. Around 20 million books, manuscripts have been burnt. But the whole thing was rewritten within next 10 years by just 10 Brahmins sitting in a remote forest, because in their DNA the whole thing is programmed, and in their memory the whole thing is there. They just sit and go on writing. Patanjali himself says, I took my 1,000-headed Patanjali Adisesha farm and wrote this whole Mahabhashya. It means he became the Sahasravatani, the 1,000 independent, intelligent brain tracts. He activated it, and all the whole 1,000 track revealed all the 1,000 branches of the knowledge. Patanjali is the Tamil Brahmin who is a Sahasravatani, mantra, Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. is the Tanjore Brahmin. Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. He reveals the whole Mahabhashya. So if you just have one Patanjali, even if 1,000 libraries are burnt, no problem. They will repeat it and rewrite it, pen the whole thing down in next 10 years. That is the way, even though millions of temples are destroyed and the libraries got burned, we immediately came back. We immediately revived the whole thing in next generation, within next generation. Now is the time to revive not just the Avadani science of organ-centric, mantra-centric, Shastra and Shastra-centric, all the 25 branches of Avadani tradition. Sahasravatana in all 25 branches, the mantra, power manifestation. Power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana is one of the science branches. We can create kids who can perform 1,000 power manifestation at a time. Sahasravatana at a time. I can talk about all these things. With Paramashiva's grace, I have a right to talk about all these things because I already demonstrated many things which I am talking. Understand? The organ-centric Sahasravatana. That is what is this remote vision, ability to read blindfolded, and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. That is what is that any book, without opening the eyes, the kids can just tell what is there in which page. Already Nithyananda demonstrated this power multiple times. Sarvanyatva, not just Nithyananda, many kids along with Nithyananda demonstrated this power multiple times. And Astra-centric, Astra-Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. This comes under this materialization. Many other power manifestations come under this Astra and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. You can receive anything you want and send anything you want. Many of these powers, these Avadana traditions, these sciences I have demonstrated. Now, through a large-scale Gurukul, I'll be taking this whole science to the whole world. See, the good news I have for all of you is, with the grace of Paramashiva, we demonstrated it is possible. We already revived the foolproof. The methodology is success, end-to-end, the quality control pass. That is done. Now we will have to make it available to the whole world by making large numbers, like 10,000 balasans, 10,000 female sannyasinis, 10,000 rudraganyas, manifesting these different Avadana traditions. That is what we have to do, and that is what I am doing. That is what I am focused, and I know what all the dangers and attacks possible, what all the persecution, dangers and attacks possible. I am first doing all the protection needed to protect once I start doing this work. Understand? With the grace of Paramashiva, we will do it, and he is doing it. He is really doing it. is doing great work in large scale. Great work in large scale. I am just creating the infrastructure needed to host these thousands of kids, thousands of Gurukul Balasans, thousands of sannyasis, Rudraganyas, Apat sannyasis, who will work on the superconscious mutation, start manifesting these powers. I'm just working. So understand, by the time I evolve these infrastructures, all of you who put the message, Srikant, Nithyaramani, Ramesh Ramani, all of you, you guys plan for getting more and more Brahmin kids. Your very DNA which you want to revive. Start working. If you feel, oh, it is little late for me, Swamiji, especially Ramesh Ramani may say, I think Swamiji, it is little late for me. But no problem. You have daughters, you have sons and daughters. You tell your daughters to give birth. Let the next generation. See, if possible, you give birth. If not, your sons and your daughters. Ask them. If you want to 2 child for your family, have 2 for you and give few more kids birth to at least 2-3 more, and let that child go and be part of the Gurukul and revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. I tell you, sending a child to the Gurukul will be equivalent to donating $1 billion to Hindu society. Because even if you give $1 billion, what will I do? I have to find a living DNA, kids, who will go through the superconscious mutation process and manifest this to the world. I can do all the Sahasravatana, but one person doing, maybe it will bring glory to me, but I am interested in bringing the glory to the whole Hindu tradition, not just me. I am interested in reviving this whole tradition where 10,000 kids perform the superconscious mutation process of Sahasravatana. I want all the Brahmins to know, especially if you are from a family where alcohol and non-veg is not a lifestyle, where still you keep the Brahminical traditions alive, you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA which can revive Hinduism. So I request the Brahmins, especially still who are living the Brahminical lifestyle of no non-veg, no alcohol, that lifestyle. You all need to know you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA, and your kids not only can be the greatest gift for reviving Hinduism, they can be greatest gift for the whole humanity. Sonali Gupta is asking, what was the Kashmir Avatani tradition? Kashmir Avatani tradition was power manifestation science. On power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. If you see the whole Kashmiri Shaivite tradition, it was all about the power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. they were able to manifest 1,000 powers at a time. Sahasravatana on Shakti Avishkarana tradition. See, a university, Hindu university, this is the way it existed. Fortunately, I could get the blueprint of at least 12 universities that existed. Tarukavanam. Tarukavanam is one of the greatest Hindu university where the rewriting of all the Puranas happened. The Tarukavana rishis. And then the Kadambavanam. Kadambavanam is around the Madurai. There was a university. Madurai was called Kadambavanam, and around the Madurai, one university. And Vedaranyam. Vedaranyam, forest of Vedas in Tamil Nadu. Vedaranyam. And Kanchi. Like that, different universities, blueprints I got. Fortunately, Paramashiva gave access to me. In that, I saw all these universities had 25 branches of Sahasravatanis. People who can perform 1,000 actions spontaneously, simultaneously, synergetically. Because of the superconscious mutation, either centered on organs, or centered on Shastras, scriptures, or centered on Shakti Avishkarana, power manifestation, or centered on Astra Shastra Vidyas. Like these 25 branches, the metallurgy and arts, the whole Vishwakarma Sampradaya. Understand, we had Vishwakarmas who can perform 1,000 acts at a time on the science of sacred arts. Vishwakarmas are called Vishwakarma Brahmins. You should know that. They are Brahmin DNA. That was one of the branch in the 25 branches of the university. With Paramashiva's grace, we will revive all the 25 branches. Sahasravadanis in each branch, at least few thousand kids, so that it is kept alive forever in the future. I have already demonstrated the grace of Paramashiva, the science Paramashiva gave to me is working. I have already demonstrated. Now I just needed to scale it up. And I also realized what all the external attacks and internal attacks possible. When I scale it up, based on that, I am creating an infrastructure where once we start doing it, we will not need to waste our time in defending ourselves from the external attacks and internal attacks. We have a complete foolproof system where there is no attacks. We are absolutely safe. With the grace of Paramashiva, he has already given us that kind of a legal, political structure. Now we are just making infrastructure. And this is what is the real revival of enlightened civilization. Conscious civilization. And I know now what I said, what I focused, and what I delivered is too much even to grasp. These Avadani traditions which I described, 4 different Avadani traditions. Organ-centered, mantra-centered, Shastra-Astra-centered, sacred arts centered. Just understanding this 4 itself, you need to watch this satsang at least for 10 days. And you should first of all understand Avadani. You should see few Avadanis. Only then you will understand what is this Avadani tradition. Only if you see my Gurukul Balasans manifesting some 10-12 powers, you will understand this power manifestation is possible. Till then you can never understand. You may think, no, it is not possible. It is all just humbug. You can go on. But only if you see, check for yourself, foolproof, you will understand, wow, it is all true. Same way, only if you see few Avadanis, you will understand. The Avadani tradition is possible. Is possible. And understand all these various Avadani traditions. Totally 25 different Avadani traditions existed in Hinduism, documented as the documents I could see. Whatever documents I could see, I saw these 25 traditions. So, I am going to revive this 25, and Paramashiva has blessed me with the knowledge, ability, energy, Kundalini Shakti to perform the superconscious mutation for all these 25 traditions. In these 25 traditions, each one represents one face of Paramashiva. One face of Paramashiva represents one Avadani tradition. Avadani is a person who can perform multiple acts simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. Because of the superconscious mutation happened in him. It can be in the field of organs. It can be in the field of Shastra scriptures. It can be in the field of power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. It can be in the field of Stapatya Veda, sacred arts. Stapatya Veda. It can be in the field of food and medicine, Ayurveda, Ayush Veda. Food and medicine both are considered as the same branch in Hindu tradition. Food and medicine was not separate. It was one and the same in Hindu tradition. And all these 25 branches, with the grace of Paramashiva, we will be reviving through the superconscious mutation process. Paramashiva himself is here to do this work, to do this job. all the major Hindu universities we had, Naimisharanya, Tarukavana, Katambavana, Vedaranya, all these were the great universities which had all these 25 traditions, 25 Sarvanya Pitas. Understand? Temples, monasteries, gurukuls, libraries, all of them are containers. Content is this superconscious mutation process. Especially if you are from a Brahmin community who's still living the Brahminical traditional lifestyle of no non-veg and no alcohol. Actually, if you don't do Gayatri, if you don't do Sandhya Vandanam, if you don't do Agnihotra Mandala also is okay. I'm not saying don't do. Even if you have not performed all of that is also okay, because that can be just revived. But the non-veg and alcohol and drugs directly affects the very DNA structure. The capacity of the DNA is lost if you allow non-veg and alcohol and drugs. If you have kept non-veg, alcohol, drugs away and lived the Brahminical lifestyle, if you just keep these three away, that Brahminical lifestyle will be more than enough. You are still carrying a powerful DNA which can be a great blessing not only for Hindus, for the whole world. Because if you give one child, for example, Paramesha, Sri Advait and Mahadvait gave Paramesha and Tattva to Gurukul. Especially Paramesha, the way he started manifesting powers when he was a kid. It is not that now he is only one sannyasi or one kid, one balasant manifesting powers. He is going to revive, inspire a lineage. I'm giving an example. If he becomes a Pitadipati, once fully able to perform Sahasravatana, 1,000 actions, he can easily perform 50 at least right now. 50 power manifestation he can perform right now, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. I just need to support him with the ecosystem, and it will be just hardly 2-3 years work for him to become 1,000 Sahasravatani in power manifestation, in Shakti Avishkarana. Because he's a Tamil Brahmin, the Tanjavur Brahmin DNA, he will be naturally centered on mantra, the Shastra, scripture centric Sahasravatani, that he will naturally manifest with the power manifestation. Because power manifestation directly I am giving. So you will be able to do both, like a power manifestation, Sahasravatana, and mantra, Shastra manifestation, Sahasravatana. Both he will be able to easily perform. So when he does that, if he becomes a Pitadipati, a sannyasi, he will be inspiring millions of the next generation to become sannyasis and take the science forward. If he decides to become Grihastha, when he grows up and if he decides he wants to get married, at least his whole family and the lineage, that Karuvari Parambarai, will start carrying the same awakened superconscious mutation DNA. Anyway, he will be blessing for the world. If he takes up Grihastha, he will be making few kids manifesting. If he becomes sannyasi, he will be making few thousand kids manifesting this Sahasravatana. That's all. Understand? What I am talking is a clear Paramashiva's blueprint. He will do it. He is doing it. He is doing it. I tell you, the real work is all about super conscious mutation. Actually, when Paramesha had a fracture in the hand, it is because of my fear for Madhvait and Rishiyadvait. I sent him to hospital. If there was no interference of Madhvait and Rishiyadvait, I would not have sent him to hospital. Because I know how to heal it simply, just by the superconscious mutation. But Madhvait is terrorized. What can I do? I have to be legally right as per the Indian law. So I said, all right, take him to hospital and do what need to be done. I only consciously supported him. If I did not have Madhvait, Rishiyadvait's interference, all it would have taken for me is 10 minutes to remove the pain, next 10 minutes to make the bone set. And after half an hour, I'll tell them, hey, now take the X-ray and show that it's all clear. The X-ray will prove he's all right, it's all clear. That's it. No question of any other things needed. Because this Avadana tradition, when the superconscious mutation starts happening inside a child, he gets the power to manifest the body as he wants. Paramesha did not have pain when he had a fracture, his connection with me. But he has to be sent to hospital for medical attention is because of Mahadvait and Rishiyadvait's fears. Middle class Hindus, what to do? For last 5-6 generations, even they do not know that this kind of avadana is possible, and even they have not seen their parents or great-grandparents manifesting these powers. At least 3-4 generations it is gone. So they are all jittery, shaky middle-class Hindus. Always they want to have a plan B, that fallback. And it is not their mistake. That is the way now, because for so many generations you did not see all this is possible. Forget about Mahadvait, Rishiyadvait, Paramesha getting medically treated. When I had the fracture, not only I did not have pain, but finally, no hospital was ready to do the surgery without anesthesia. I am telling, hey, I am an adult. I will write and give you that I don't want anesthesia. You perform the surgery directly. Actually, I did not even want to go to the allopathy hospital. I want to go to the Puttur. In Tamil Nadu, there is a place called, sorry, not Tamil Nadu, Andhra. There is a place called Puttur, Nagari Puttur, where the Sahasravadanis of medical field, in that one branch is still alive. Any kind of fracture, they will cure it without any surgery in 10 days. From all over the world, people come there. I want to go there actually. But these guys were constantly, these doctors, no, we cannot discharge you from the hospital and it has to be done within the next few hours. All these big mess, and I thought, oh God, even I have to be legally obedient. Obey legally. Even I cannot go through the surgery without anesthesia. That was. But what to do? When you are in a country, you have to go through their legal system. Actually, the moment I had the fracture, I told my disciples, hey, drive to Nagariputtur directly. Don't go to Bangalore. But somehow these fellows said, no, Swamiji, let's first take the X-ray and know where the fracture is exactly and take it to the Nagariputtur so that they will repair it. We will go to hospital only for diagnosis, but treatment we will go to Nagariputtur. But once you enter the hospital, they say, no, we can't discharge you. You are a VIP. And the hospital will get the bad name if we send you out. Then I said, all right, perform at least surgery without anesthesia. But the law is law. They said, no, it's a law of the land. They have to first of all report to police, and they have to report to government because a VIP having a hand fracture, and they are answerable to any of the repercussions or outcomes. Anyhow, but I tell you, only when I demonstrate the powers of the superconscious mutation, world will realize the greatest gift Hindus are having, which need to be shared with the whole world. This will be the greatest gift Hindus will be giving to the whole world. I'll continue with my initiations into superconscious mutation in the further sessions. Today I wanted to reveal the blueprint, Paramashiva's blueprint. In the further satsangs, I'll give detailed initiations. So, with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramadvaitam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasya Laksham एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions.
Science of our manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The pramanas, the evidences. Shastra Pramana, the authentic scriptures, Shrutis, Vedagama stand as a foundation for Hinduism. Apta Pramana, authentic, time-tested, foolproof compilation of the experience of the sages, rishis, and enlightened masters, which is in terms with the Shastra Pramana. Atma Pramana, with Apta Pramana, a guru is able to experience and live the truth claimed by the Shastras. And Shakshi Pramana, manifestation and experience of the guru's initiation in a disciple of a particular lineage which is demonstrable to the world. And Pratiksha Pramana is the truth validated by the scientific study. All the Pramanas are, when we go through every Pramana, go beyond the self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred, and experience the deep cognition of Paramashiva is real. For the power of teleportation, the scriptural reference is from Spandakarika, section 3, Vibhuti Spanda 3.4, 3.5.
भूयः स्फुटतरो भाति स्वबलोद्योगभावितः तथा यत्परमार्थेन येन यत्र यथा स्थितं तत्तथा बलमाक्रम्य न चिरात् सम्प्रवर्तते.
Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully explains about static matter, dynamic activity, and strategic existence. Indeed, as the object, when observed, which in spite of the attentiveness of the mind, sorry for the technical glitch. Indeed, just as an object or static matter, which in spite of the attentiveness of the mind, is perceived and seen distinctly at first, and appears and manifests more distinctly and clearly when observed with the strength of one's visual power, third eye. Which is the yogi, when the yogi restores the power of spanda, the third eye, the dynamic activity in its highest essential nature of oneness with Paramashiva, then whichever thing, object, or idea, which static matter, exists in the highest dimension, in whichever form which one seeks to know or manifest, wherever, in whichever place or time, in whichever state or dimension, that thing or object at once appears and manifests in that very way by the nature of strategic existence. All that exists, energy, is Paramashiva,